Morning, Your Worship. Worship, the matter that will be called before court is SH 100 of 2024. I represent the state in the matter, Your Worship. However, I will request the court's indulgence. We were just busy finalizing certain things on the charge sheet as it was drafted previously in the lower court. So we're just changing the district and the regional division to indicate that it's now in the regional division of Limpopo.
Only that aspect?
Only that, Your Worship. Yeah.
Do you consider the oath to be binding on your conscience? May you swear that the evidence you shall give shall be the truth, nothing else but the whole truth. If so, raise up your right hand and say, so help me God. Thank you. The language involved here is? Sovamba. Do you swear that you will interpret to the best of your knowledge and ability from English to Sova? What is the language? Ovambo, and from Ovambo to English. Thank you. The court appoints you as an interpreter in this case. Thank you. For how long, State?
I think it will be a few minutes.
I want time. I can't say a few minutes.
Let me.
Because I want to give you time now. For how long do you need?
15 minutes, Your Worship.
I'm sorry?
Up to 1:45. 15 minutes.
Up to 1:45. What do you, it is now 9:25.
Somewhere 22 we should be.
22. Yeah. 5, 10, 15, 22, the court will resume.
As the court resumes.
Ready. You will be ready by then. Defense.
Yes.
Ready.
Yes, the court is ready.
Ready.
Yeah.
Thank you. The issue of media, previously I gave permission for the media to participate in these proceedings and broadcast or televise the proceedings, but there is an issue that is outstanding, that issue of witnesses regarding testimony. What is the state in regard to that too?
Thank you, Your Worship. Our witnesses are not in favor of being shown live or their names publicly published. But their evidence can be recorded.
The evidence can be recorded, only not to show
their faces.
Defense? Any comment and response?
Your Worship, if now the 3 accused can be shown on TV and the other people are to be excluded, it will be very unfair, Your Worship. So it is my contention that everybody involved in this case should be, as the 3 accused or as my client, Your Worship, is on the public view, they all should also be on the public view. I don't know if what they are afraid of, but Your Worship, every other name of a person, it's in the media, it's on social media, it's on YouTube, so we can't say we need to protect their faces. So Your Worship, my contention is they should also be covered on the media space. Let's go, please.
Thank you.
ba le bona he che go tsela pele ba le go sha go tsona di khatse Chale na tsona ke kwa be ka tawa ya o tswelela mo ile ba bonala mo TV ba go tsora wa twa tswe mona ba lula a ba ne go tswelela mo TV mme ba bala tfatsa wa ya na gore lo bala tfatsa wa ba ne na go tswelela mo TV wana motho ba bona ke ka le ga le bala tfatsa wana tswelela mo pele na TV.
You are for number
1, Your Worship.
You are for number 1. You may also give me any authority to support your position in that regard. I'm not aware of anyone at this particular stage. I'm going to adjourn for the purpose of the state to check into the charge sheet and also for yourself to look on that particular authority to support your submission. Thank you. For number 2 and 3, Advocate, you're for number 2 and 3. Use the mic, please.
For number 2 and 3,
yes.
And it will then take this opportunity to look into that, because I'm also of the same view that there's no basis that it has been laid to say why they cannot be shown. Unless it's a situation of security or for security purposes, but we'll deal with that.
Your concern is the issue of the basis.
Yeah, that they should be shown.
Not that why should the witnesses not be shown if the accused are not shown? Are you on the same line?
We're on the same line. Yeah. We'll deal with that.
I'm sorry, just a minute.
I'm saying we'll substantiate our submissions.
Or you'll substantiate? Okay, thank you. Thank you. The court will now adjourn for 15 minutes. We'll resume at 9:45. Court adjourns.
What do they send you? Fear. They feel victimization. And they used to say that now they've got money. And so a lot of them will say, I will come to
For accused 2 and 3, Advocate Masipa, the state is ready for trial. Your Worship, the legal representative may first confirm their appearance on behalf of the accused.
Thank you. Mr. Matlala?
As a court position, we are ready to proceed, and I confirm my appearance for accused number 1.
May I please the court, Your Worship, these are appear for accused 2 and accused 3, and we are ready to proceed.
Still instructed by Mr. Moho. Thank you. Can we deal with the issue of media before we start? Mr. Matlala?
As a court position, actually I was of the request that actually the state should be the one giving the court the reasons as to why the witnesses should not
you still want
be on camera before we can just respond.
The state?
Thank you, Your Worship. Your Worship, it is the state submission that the witnesses has indicated that they have fear of reprisals. This emanates from the fact that this is a high-profile matter. And furthermore, our submission will be to the effect that if witnesses' identity is revealed, that may have a likelihood of making future witnesses trying to adjust their evidence to suit the evidence of the witnesses who came before them, particularly those that they will be intending to corroborate or who they will be testifying about the same issue. And the other witness has a business interest in transport, and his evidence might have a dent in his transport industry because he was involved in one way or the other in the transportation of certain proceeds of this crime. So he fears for the reputation of his business. And, Your Worship, it should also be, I must also make a submission in regard to what counsel for number 1 indicated earlier on, to say that if the accused are being shown on TV, so should be the witnesses. My argument is that these are from 2 different vantage points. The accused are on trial, which trial is in the public interest, but the witnesses are not. So that similarity should just not be found to be sustainable. And as such, the request from the state is that though their testimony can be recorded, but their identity not revealed. Mr. Court, please.
When you say identity not revealed, do you mean in respect of the media, or even when they are in court, they are shown in?
In respect of the media only.
The media. Mr. Matlala?
As a corporate Worship, if I heard my learned colleague correctly, Worship, the only problem they are having is the publication of the faces, Worship, of the said witnesses, Worship, mainly because one of the witnesses is into transport business, Worship. I don't see any impact on his business, Your Worship, that if his face is seen here, he will face any risk. So, Your Worship, we have an accused here, though he is in a matter which is in public interest. what are the risks of him, his family, Your Worship? So, Your Worship, if we are to balance the two, one would say these are similar. The accused also, his image, his family is at risk. Unless if the state was to say the danger that these two witnesses are going to face, Your Worship, are merely maybe life-threatening, but to this far, the witnesses' names are known in the media. Social media, we have a statement from Martha Fraser, which is on YouTube, on TikTok. So now if you are to say that there's a risk on the witnesses, Your Worship, it does not carry any weight, Your Worship. The court requested me to seek an authority. Your Worship, I want further to go to the matter of S. Severe and others. It's 2023 case. Constitutional Court, case number 67 of 2020, which was dealt with on 18th of May 2023. Now, the court referred to the case of Van Breda. I will take the court from paragraph 10 to paragraph 12. If the court will allow me to read it into the record, I will read it into the record.
No, you may.
Just summarize.
Yes, please.
Basically, what the court needed to deal with in this matter was simply that is there any risk that this witness is facing or is likely to face after his face or her face being shown on TV. The likelihood of a prejudice. Was there a prejudice to be suffered? Thereby, the court has a duty to apply its discretion on whether indeed there's a prejudice that this witness is going to suffer. I'll just quote, and then it says on paragraph 12, the court held further that a mere conjecture or speculation that prejudice might occur ought not to be enough. It follows, therefore, that an applicant who seeks for the court to restrict the media in the manner the applicant seeks to do has a burden to show court that such a risk not only exists, but that prejudice is most likely to be brought to bear against him or her. So we have not heard what risk, except to say this person is in business, is in the transport business. So that judgeship does not bear any risk of him losing business. In fact, he's going to get more business. So it does not bear any prejudice on him. In fact, he's going to gain. So my contention is that there is no risk or any prejudice that the witness is going to suffer, or any of the witnesses is going to suffer. There's a court position. That is my contention.
Okay, that's what I think I put my own report to my that camera. Now, no family report, now I can very much home. That's the issue. I'm going to that because of the Chapo, just be. The doctor when my mom shall have been known to your own number. On getting a good jacket of the need to be a walk, take them to army. Now, here I can get there and combine to anyone from what you but also just got you know that. China, we are all the Papa, from the Shoki, the Rambo family, for one, but in back of that block. kuja kuna business ya jumbe sababu peka ni anapeleka dai kunge ile ba tushola kwa kuma mara chimashu kesho tushwe mbashi ile peke na yeye kwa kuma na ndio ya kwa ndio mwake da
Advocate.
May I please the court, Your Worship? Your Worship, the court has had the application now for this restriction, which my colleague has only indicated one witness that seemed to be having a problem with him being shown on TV. Now, what about the other witnesses? Because initially I heard my colleague saying the witnesses do not want to be shown, but now the only base or reason given to the court is in respect of one witness, and the other ones, nothing is said about them. The court will find now the power to exercise its discretion in section 1532 of the Criminal Procedure Act, which deals with this kind of restrictions, which the section clearly also indicates, Your Worship, that there should be an indication of potential harm, and such harm that might result from a witness' testimony. Now, we do not know if this witness that has or purportedly has business or transport business, his testimony will have any effect in as far as his business is concerned, and is that the harm sufficient to restrict him being shown? My colleague Matala has referred to the Van Breda matter. In that case, the court emphasized that the court will only restrict broadcast if a real risk of prejudice to a witness is demonstrated and not speculative. Very importantly, it should not be speculative. It's only in those circumstances that the court could say this witness will not be shown on TV. Their names are known, they have been given, and there isn't any base that we see or find from the submissions made by my colleague that there should be such restrictions. And we will then ask Your Worship that that application will not be granted. They should be broadcast almost everywhere. Maybe unless there is anything that the court will.
Thank you.
Maybe.
Can I have the charge sheet, please? Charge sheet.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Can I have the charge sheet?
There's a call, please.
Before I make a ruling, I just want to confirm and verify the media which is present here, and any media institution which previously did not bring an application to broadcast and record these proceedings must indicate their presence in these proceedings now, so that we can deal with that. Capricorn, newsroom, SABC, ENCA, Namibia, News 24. Any other media presence here? Who are they? Yes, who are those institutions? MD, NTV. And then another one?
The Post newspaper, the local newspaper.
The Post. Local.
Yes. And network field.
I'm sorry?
Network field and South Africa also is 24.
Thank you. The proceedings of this matter was in this court on the 26th of November 2024, and also was postponed, was on the roll on the 7th of October 2024 and postponed to the 26th of November 2024. And on the 26th of November 2024, it was then postponed until the 19th of May 2025. And from the 19th was then postponed until today. During these proceedings, previously the media was present, and they make application that they should be allowed to broadcast and also to film the proceedings of this particular case. The defense representing the accused were involved in that particular application, and there was no objection from the defense representing the accused to that effect. The court granted the application for the media to broadcast the proceedings of this case. It was from the beginning very clear that there was no objection whatsoever from the defense or the accused that the broadcasting of these proceedings will prejudice them. If there was any objection, particularly regarding prejudice on the part of the accused, if the proceedings may be broadcasted, the court will have dealt with that issue and make a ruling as regard to whether the broadcasting and films should proceed or not. I specifically indicated that I will deal with the issue as to whether the position will be the same in as far as the witnesses are concerned. Hence the state application today to the effect that they apply that the witnesses not be televised or filmed, but however their evidence may be broadcasted without their identity being disclosed. Interestingly, the defense now says no, if the court allows that the witnesses should be protected to that extent, therefore it should also apply to the accused, even if there is no prejudice of whatever nature from the accused side, just because the court, if it can allow to say the witnesses' names should not be disclosed, their faces too, then it must also happen to the accused. If I were to approach this from that angle or argument, I find it without merit, and I find that it would not be valid because of the fact that the court will allow, will grant the state an application not to disclose the names of the witnesses and also not to broadcast them, particularly their faces. Therefore, it should be allowed to the accused. There was no prejudice whatsoever that has been argued on behalf of the accused as regards to that fact. I agree with what the defense is saying as regard to what was said in the case of Van Breda versus Media 24 Limited and others, 2017 ZA SCA 97 delivered on the 21st of June 2017, that unless the prejudice is demonstrable and there is a risk that such prejudice will occur, mere conjecture or speculation that prejudice might occur out is not to be enough. I've listened to what the state is saying regarding why the witnesses do not want their names to be disclosed and also their faces. He gave the reasons as regard to all the witnesses, but particularly referred to this one of a business, which the defense is arguing very strongly that such reasons are not valid. The fact that their names had already been in the social media or wherever, I don't know how those names came. I cannot therefore make a decision based on that. Because of the fact that their names already been in the media, I should also condone them. I will not follow that particular line. I have applied my mind to this application, and I also considered what the defense have said as regard to objection thereto. I wouldn't want to deal with this matter to specifically refer to each and every witness, 22 witnesses. Otherwise, I will take the whole day dealing with only this particular aspect. I will give further reasons should the need arise in future. For that, I exercise my discretion, which I hope that I exercise it judicially, and I, after having considered the argument by the state and also the defense, I grant the application in favor of the state. I therefore order that witnesses' faces not be broadcast. And furthermore, that their names must not be disclosed. Their evidence may be broadcasted. There is no problem with that. So that the members of the public who want to follow the proceedings of this case, which is already in the public domain, can follow what is happening and what is also said in court. I hope that I'm dealing with experienced media who knows about all this particular situation and the order that the court is giving, and any contravention there to there are consequences. For that reason, the court will then proceed, and if there is anything during the course of this trial of proceedings that I will want to address, in as far as the media is concerned, I will give those particular orders during the proceedings. If there is something that I realize will not be in the interest of justice. And off record, regarding the media, I have indicated the location where you are, particularly that the stand which is behind you, sir, is going to be used by the witnesses. I wouldn't want any obstruction of the witnesses, particularly regarding the accused. If there is or there will be any reference to the accused, the witness who is sitting or standing in that stand must be able to see there without any obstructions. Can you please relocate from where you are, so that we must not have that obstruction and interference? Can we start now?
Yes, the court, please.
Can you have the charge sheet, please? Who took it now? Or have you dealt with that issue of amending the charge sheet? Because the court adjourned because of the fact that you said you wanted to amend the charge sheet.
Yes, the court, please.
Have you dealt with that?
Yes.
And the defense is aware about it?
They have copies of the relevant.
Okay, thank you. So we can proceed. The defense ready?
We are ready to proceed.
Thank you. Can I have the charge sheet, please?
If I may put the charges.
No, just before that.
As the court.
Yeah. You may stand up. As per charge sheet, we are facing some of the charges, housebreaking with intent to steal and theft. The court would like to explain to you about the competent verdict of housebreaking with intent to commit an offence as outlined in Section 262 of the Criminal Procedure Act 51 of 1977. It provides that if the evidence on a charge of housebreaking with intent to commit an offence specified in the charge, whether the charge is brought under a statute or the common law, does not prove the offence of housebreaking with intent to commit the offence so specified, but the offence of housebreaking with intent to commit an offence other than the offence so specified, or the offence of housebreaking with intent to commit an offence unknown, or offence of malicious injury to property, the court may find you guilty of the offence so proved. Number one, Emanuela David, do you understand? Speak louder, please. Thank you. Number two, Liana Joseph, do you understand? Thank you. Number three, David Ndili Naso Joseph, do you understand? Thank you. The state also here indicate that the provisions of Section 51, subsection 2 of the Criminal Law Amendment Act 105 of 1997 regarding the minimum sentence are applicable. Should the court find you guilty of an offence of housebreaking with intent to steal and theft, the minimum sentence applicable is 5 years imprisonment if you are a first offender, 7 years imprisonment if you are a second offender, and 10 years imprisonment if you are a third offender. The court will be obliged to impose the prescribed minimum sentence and will only deviate from imposing such if substantial and compelling circumstances exist. Number one, do you understand? Number two, do you understand? Thank you. Number three, do you understand? Thank you. Please listen to the charges that the state prefers against you. The court will then request you to plead thereto. State.
As the court pleases your worship, before I put the charges to the accused, may I indicate and place on record the fact that all the three accused are facing counts 1, 2, 3, and only accused number 1 is facing all count 4 as well, which means accused number 1 is facing all the counts. Accused 2 and 3 are only facing count 1, 2, and 3.
Or only accused number 1 is facing count 4.
As the court pleases.
Thank you.
This is count 1. Conspiracy to commit housebreaking with intent to steal and theft. That the accused are guilty of the offence of conspiracy to commit housebreaking with intent to steal and theft, read with the provisions of Section 18(2)(a) of the Riotous Assemblies Act 17 of 1956. In that on or about or between 1 January 2020 and 10 February 2020, at or near Villa Villa in the regional division of Limpopo. The accused did unlawfully and intentionally conspire amongst each other to aid or procure the commission of or to commit an offense of housebreaking with intent to steal and theft. Count 2.
Just a minute, let me deal with yes. Accused number 1, do you understand the charge against you? How do you plead to the charge? If you speak English, you must speak louder. There is the mic. Do you understand? Thank you, sir. Number 2, do you understand the charge against you? How do you plead to the charge?
Not guilty.
Thank you. Number 3, do you understand the charge against you?
Number 2, not guilty.
Thank you. State.
Count 2. Housebreaking with intent to steal and theft. That the accused are guilty of the offense of housebreaking with intent to steal and theft, read with the provisions of Section 256, 262 subsection 1 and Section 264 of the Criminal Procedure Act 51 of 1977. Further read with the provisions of Section 51(2) of Act 105 of 1997. In that, on or about 8 February 2020 and at or near Stockist Drive Farm in the regional division of Limpopo, the accused did unlawfully intentionally break and enter the house of or in the lawful possession of Michael Drummond Abreu with the intent to commit an offense to wit theft.
Number 1, do you understand the charge against you? How do you plead to the charge? Thank you. Number 2, do you understand the charge against you? How do you plead to the charge?
Not guilty.
Number 3, do you understand the charge against you? How do you plead to the charge?
Not guilty.
Thank you. State.
Count 3. Housebreaking with intent to steal and theft. That the accused are guilty of the offense of housebreaking with intent to steal and theft, read with the provisions of Section 2621 and Section 264 of the Criminal Procedure Act 51 of 1977. Further read with Section 51(2) of Act 105 of 1997. In that, on or about 9 February 2020 and at or near Phala Phala Game Farm in the regional division of Limpopo, the accused did unlawfully intentionally break and enter a house of or in the lawful possession of Hendrik van Villeg and did then and there wrongfully intentionally steal the following items, to wit, $580, property of or in the lawful possession of Hendrik van Villeg or Phala Phala Game Farm.
Molatu wa mora molatu kwa makimisho au ya molatu la uso molatu ndio ile kile cha Februari au watu tui ko haufile plasi wale Phala Phala kifa prokomeji Henrik van Felix mwele molatu wa ile watu wa utwashele tino mora wale $580 ile kafasa prokomeji van Felix.
Number one, do you understand the charge against you? Thank you. How do you plead to the charge? Thank you. Number two, do you understand the charge against you? How do you plead to the charge?
Not guilty.
Thank you. Number three, do you understand the charge against you? How do you plead to the charge?
Not guilty.
Thank you.
Count 4, only in respect of accused number 1. Contravening Section 4B1, read with Sections 1 and 8 of the Prevention of Organized Crime Act, 121 of 1998, money laundering. In that on or about 9 February 2020, at or near Phala Phala Game Farm in the regional division of Limpopo, an amount of $580,000 was stolen. The accused did unlawfully intentionally, while he knew or ought reasonable to have known that the property to which $580 is or forms part of the proceeds of unlawful activities, and performed an act in connection with such property, whether independently or in concert with any person, by transacting with and depositing some of such money in bank accounts, which has or is likely to have the effect of concealing or disguising the nature, source, location, disposition, or movement of the said property or ownership thereof, or any interest which anyone may have in respect thereof.
Molatu wako ni molatu ngoro olwana molatu kwa macho fela molatu la usibe welo ngoro bubi akanje welo usibo na welo ngoro wela kafasa molatu la o khatsa chelete go drive go kaufile plasione ya Phala Game Farm mwelo ngoro ngale chelete ne $US yelo ngoro ba ira ka tsene ngoro iwela ka fasa utula la mola ngoro ba chelete ne wa ira ka account.
Accused number 1, do you understand the charge against you? How do you plead to the charge? Thank you. Mr. Matlala?
Please, Your Worship, confirm that the pleas tendered by the accused number 1 are in accordance with my instructions, Your Worship. As the court pleases, as it stands right now, Your Worship, we opt to remain silent, Your Worship.
Accused number 1. Accused number 1, do you confirm what your legal representative is saying? Thank you. Advocate Masip.
Maybe it's the court, Your Worship. This one confirmed that the plea of not guilty in respect of accused 2 as well as accused 3 are in accordance with my instructions, and at this stage, Your Worship, the accused will elect to remain silent. May I please the court, Your Worship.
Accused 2, do you confirm what your legal representative is saying? Thank you. Accused 3, do you confirm what your legal representative is saying? Thank you. Thank you. We are now going to start with the trial. Gentlemen, you must be very careful, because once I call a witness, the witness comes here and you move in that way to obstruct the witness. Now I'm going to remove you there, and this will prejudice your client. I'm not sure how are you going to handle this, because I requested, please, I don't want any obstructions there for the witness view. Please, you may sit down. State.
Thank you, Your Worship. Your Worship, with leave of the court, before I call my first witness, may I request to address court in an opening address in terms of section 150, subsection 1 of the Criminal Procedure Act. Your Worship, the state will adduce evidence against accused 1 to 3, in which it will be shown that on the respective dates in counts 2 and 3, there was indeed housebreaking in the 2 respective farms. The state, in support of those 3 charges, will also lead evidence of cell phone communication between accused number 1 and 2 other persons who are not before court, and communication done with either accused number 2 or accused number 3. The state will further lead evidence to show that accused number 2 was at some point a part-time employee in the Phala Phala farm, which is cited in count number 3. The state will also further lead evidence of cell phone mappings, which will indicate that prior to the 2 incidents, accused number 1 in the company of 2 others who are not before court, and accused number 2 and 3 were in the town of Phala Phala on both nights prior to both incidents. And the state will also lead evidence that shows that through traveling by bus as well as through cell phone mapping, that will show that accused number 1 left Cape Town on the 7th of February, arrived in Pretoria on the 8th of February, and that his cell phone movement shows that he proceeded to Phala Phala town, and later that night to the vicinity of both Stockis Dry and Phala Phala farm. The evidence will further show that after the break-in at Stockis Dry's farm, which is count 2, accused number 1, together with 2 others who are not before court, left the crime scene, and they could be traced up until the vicinity of Kranskop toll gate. That same day, the statement.
I'm sorry, just, are you fine? Yeah, you must indicate. That's why I'm concerned, please.
And then kuna shimo cha ni mapokeo on tibali pada lo pala ma o palman ko kilingi de padi kuna mbaki no kami ngo diba kanoni manali on pekeo la wote shimo ba yo evidence ba lo ko tibali to shi kumba ngo ko te o ni mo pekeo la wote uja ne fikungo aninga alondo pesa do kuja kutafuta mo mafiku pada kuma fikira yani kuja kutafuta unazotoa mafikira ya tatu mo Pretoria na kuja kubali kuna kumba wale wa mafikira wote kulime ngoji ta kopi na ba ngo makalimu mo ba mkai nde fikolo simba kama Pretoria fikolo fikolo shema fikira ya tatu sasa kama mo Pretoria kwa kaji hapo Pretoria fikolo fikolo kai kwa Phala 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 wakati kuingili no palama bali mlipopita protest guys na Phala
kama nitakwenda kushuhudia wao wanachama wote wala tumona wa mbili wala utokana kwa hilo uzale huko ni mwana wao bato kono jote kazi wao vile lo chujua mo place njo jepe ilo na kazi bali report weno ngoro manchama na kwa amatomo leba bango tuwe mora wao na mu bene hapo ni mala tushwa uwe ni mala tupata wao ra ile wao wancho watoshele shaka kama tumula tupata wao uwe ale mushumeji wako place ya Phala Phala kali na muteli bingu wa part time wana mu ibile aba boncha hore utaba le kazi utojele za mupela horo pile ha mela tuye widi gotele ya uchuba mula tupata matomo una kazi ugonchomoro ile altuha ka basa jwali town mulubila sepela ele 17 ja February afika kali 8 ja February awela wana muwe efino na leo lino ngore lego bila ida wancha hore ile kama rao atra luigra ejini ya uchua ko plus nya service dara ila toha mwelo mara wancho uona ipo tuko ya transport.
From Kranscope, the state will lead evidence to show that accused number 1 and 2 others returned to Phala town and thereafter to the vicinity of Stokis Dry and Phala Phala farm. And further evidence and further evidence will be led to the effect that on that specific day, the 9th of February 2020, indeed a break-in occurred at Phala Phala farm. State will further lead evidence of witnesses who, from the 10th of February 2020, had interacted with accused number 1, where high-end purchases were made, including properties like car and houses. And the state would further lead evidence of financial flow analysis, which showed that accused number 1's finances has dramatically improved.
kunaka kumbaki mwataka ukamauka kuchatamuto utekula otete takuyo kucha okufika kuti tubali etibolone kachara mana kubaka kucha kubaka kubaka mana utane okuna okulimo na wana ekwete ni mana no mana munyaka ya ili kombati
Bilo tushwale otlaze wena mutawo insha siyemo sadishele samna tshwa matongo nturawo siyemo sai kutanyanisa okeche wasaka onambala.
And may I also inform court that the evidence will not be led in a particular order, but we are dependable on the availability of witnesses, so there is no specific order that I will couch. As the court please.
Mr. Matlala, any address?
No address at this stage, Your Worship.
Thank you. Advocate Masipa?
Mr. Court, Your Worship, there will be no address at this stage.
Thank you.
Except to mention just here the last part of my colleague's presentation that the witness will not be called as per the list that we got, which Your Worship will just say today what happens because we're preparing in respect of the list that we received to say on day one, these are the witnesses that we're going to be calling, and then on day two, these are the witnesses that we'll be calling. But we'll deal with it as it continues.
Thank you. State?
Thank you, Your Worship.
You may proceed.
If I may request the court's indulgence just to respond to the call of nature.
Oh, it's 11. You want to adjourn? Okay. It is now 11 o'clock. We'll adjourn for 15 minutes break for tea. Please, we agree on time. 15 minutes, I get in so that we proceed.
As the court please.
It is a farm where they are taking care of wild animals.
In what capacity were you employed there as of 25 December 2019?
As an acting lodge manager.
I was working as an acting lodge manager.
25 December 2019, if you know, if you go back to the job, I need to know along with Shirotane, or along with Marabari, or manager, or manager.
Yes, can you tell the court what happened on that specific day, Christmas 2019, 25 December?
Christmas 25 December 2019.
Annual lodge.
I was at the lodge.
Phala Phala.
Phala Phala lodge.
And then who figure Mr. Mustafa Azim.
Then came Mr. Mustafa Azim.
In 2019,
if we get a rush car, I'm going to say late, I'm going to car mid-morning. Mid-afternoon.
Okay. Then he came at the mid-afternoon. It was not that late in the afternoon.
What are Mr. Esteem or
And then look Africa, ATTVC Levitrayana.
When he arrived, he introduced himself and tell me his name.
No taken from an
Then I took him to where we welcome our visitors.
Business
Then he said to me that I'm here to do a business with you. Then he further said that he heard that we are selling buffaloes.
And then if this is silico,
and I did understand him that we indeed are selling the buffaloes.
And then no take any famana.
Okay, I then took him and went with him.
Camp 6.
Camp 6, yeah. Okay, went with him to Camp 6. Where the buffaloes that are being sold are being kept.
If we get our Shaula,
he then selected those he wanted. All those he had selected were in a total number of 20.
And then the salary number later detect that.
And I had noted down the tag that they were placed on those buffaloes' ears.
April 17
there were 17 female buffaloes. And 3 were males.
And then if we ends up camp.
Then we went back and turned to the camp. Rather not the camp, the lodge worship, according to the witness.
And then look, we really lodge any Bzeleku once again take a buffalo.
When we were at the lodge, he indicated to me that he's very happy or pleased to be purchasing or buying or taking those buffaloes.
So no, they really go Malia buffalo. I end up 400,000.
400,000. I then indicated to him that one buffalo cost an amount of 400,000 each.
And then Usugile
he then left and went to his vehicle.
La driver,
where the driver that he came with on that vehicle and waited for him.
And then look, Africa before Africa what lava, and no manyaka.
Before he indicated to me that he wants that buffalo, he indicated to me that he wants to shift for a little bit.
So Numunike space.
Rather, he indicated to me that please shift a bit. Then I give him that space that he needed.
So in Carolo and Tegangarole and Munike and Carwaya and Agotabu Lungisarishman at Combo Ilabungsashman.
Okay, I gave him the time that he needed because indeed he wanted to fix some things.
And then we ends up Kankar.
After some time, I came back.
And then join Angelaku, Ewa Tishavat, Buffalo Letian, and Ina Maria Kurungana, $580,000 US.
Then after returning, I joined him. Then he indicated to me that he wants them, and he has an amount of $580,000 US.
Yeah.
The parents make a American dollar.
So the 20 Shamanamo, I started with Bashava Maria Sifaba Bank.
Okay, I then got surprised because usually when they buy, they use the money. Okay, they use an account to buy straight from the bank.
And then Anjalaku Emalilia US dollars ile anganayo na ilabaku Cyril a business here, take
Then he indicated to me that the money that I have is the money that I want to secure this business so that they cannot be taken.
US dollar ngaro angata war I change and then he shayla Mr.
We then had to look into the US dollar at that time, its changes, then we had to count together with Mr. Asim.
American
and then I got 20 buffaloes let Yatisha Malile Ingatave Ko and White Itayana 8 million water land.
And after calculating, we then found that from all those 20 buffalo that indicated that he wants, the money will cost 8 million
rand.
Oh, 8 million rand.
Later than $580,000.
That is correlating to the amount of $580,000 US.
Dollars, yeah. And then Cyril invoice.
I have explained to you that I'm not going to give you an invoice.
A receipt ya acknowledgement
Then I came to you that what I will do, I'm going to give you a receipt, and that will be an acknowledgement that I had received the money.
The process, lodge manager, general manager,
Okay, I indicated to him that because there are still other processes that has to be done. At that time, the general manager was not there at the lodge.
At the farm, yeah.
At the farm.
And the following on the
Kubatabs approve by the tag about to take I say Helena.
Okay, we ended up there, me and him, because they were still under other processes wherein they will indicate that they will be taking them or not.
And permit.
Besides that, there's also a permit that will also be required. The permit to transport those animals to where they will be taken to.
And that stage vet
and also the state vet.
Yeah.
Okay, a veterinarian who will have to check or examine those animals and that they are still in good condition or health condition.
And then receipt acknowledgement letter sign
I had to write him that acknowledgement receipt. After writing it, I signed it. After signing it, gave it to him.
Did you?
Number three. Number three. I'm fine. No, I was not doing that because I must see. If there is a problem with you, then I would need to know.
You said you handed him a acknowledgement of receipt. Did you keep a copy thereof?
Before the acknowledgement, I call office when office.
Before ending in that receipt, I made a copy when we were at that office so that I can remain with one for him.
Can we have a look at that document and confirm if that's the copy that you...
Yeah, it
is the document that I'm referring to.
Worship, at this stage I apply to hand the copy that the witness had identified as a copy of a receipt of acknowledgement that he issued to this Mr. Azim on the 25th of December 2019 to be accepted by court as Exhibit A.
Here's the court, please, Your Worship. We have got no objection.
No objection.
And as the court.
This is an acknowledgement of receipt of the said $580,000 US.
That is so.
Admitted into evidence as Exhibit A.
Here's the court, please.
As the court, please. And the inventory of the buffalo selected, did you also retain a copy of it?
Okay, I noted them down. After noting them down, I then took what I noted to the house of minister.
I'm sorry, what was that? What was that?
Noted them down. After noting, I took what of the paper, the document that I noted, then took it to the house of minister.
I want you to have a look at this copy that purports to be buffalo selected by Mr. Azim and confirm if you are familiar with that.
I don't understand number Salaton.
I do recognize what's in this document. It is the tag numbers that have indicated them or wrote them down.
That was for the 20 buffaloes.
So the buffalo there that 20.
Indeed.
That is correct.
Worship, may I also request that the copy of the inventory be entered in by court, be entered in as Exhibit B, as identified by the witness.
Mr. Matala?
Worship, you have got no objection.
No objection.
The copy of the set inventory admitted into evidence as Exhibit A.
As the court pleases. So you have already testified to the effect that the $580 US was handed to you. What became of that money on that day? What became of that money on that day?
ni take ni ayibeka eka safe leyi nga ku kwale office uswena la na ayitshame kona.
I then took the money, then went to put it inside a safe that was there at that place.
Proceed.
And then ni kiela ku kwala
After putting it inside the safe, I then locked it inside the safe.
And Mr. Hasim indicate telephone number then.
Okay. After parting ways with Mr. Hasim, he only gave me his telephone contact numbers only.
And then look afambili mina nitlhelele endlwini ya mina hi ku anisa na ndyangu wa mina ku kwale epurasini hi qhubeka ni endla Christmas now.
After Mr. Hassan has left, I then went to where I was staying, because I was staying with my family at that place. Then we proceeded to celebrate the Christmas Day.
So the money remained in the safe? At that time?
Safe
That is correct. It remained inside the safe. It was also locked inside the safe.
Was this money later moved to elsewhere?
That's what possession is a leading question, Your Worship. It's a leading question, Your Worship.
As the court pleases. As the court pleases. Okay, proceed. What then became of the money that was in the safe?
Okay, let me just put it in this way, so that I can be able to proceed forward.
And then logo 1826.
On the 26th.
Late Nanshikani, figure Mr. Ramaphosa.
Okay, late in the afternoon on the 26th, Mr. Ramaphosa came. Okay, he came to his farm in Mpumalanga, the farm that is in Mpumalanga.
He came at Cape Town.
He was on his way going to
Asuka.
Okay, he was coming from his farm in Mpumalanga, going to King Town.
And outside the Phala Phala.
Then he passed by the farm Phala Phala.
And then he take it,
then I then explained to him everything that had happened.
And then in Anjalapo, Ile Ufambe, Yaka holiday.
He indicated to me that he is leaving, is going to a holiday.
And then Maliliani Dilayona Katenoku, general manager at Amu.
Then he indicated to me that we will deal with that money properly when the general manager is there.
For completeness of record, who is the Ramaphosa you're talking about?
President of the country.
Phala Phala.
And also the owner of Phala Phala.
Yes, proceed.
And then Abu Itamu Yaditamu Shamsela Lokabuya, my general manager, I
And the president of the country, Mr. Ramaphosa, indicated that he will explain to the general manager about the money.
Yokuba August Kasivenash Borish Natekiwa Maliliani Yamkeriwa
Because at that time they have not yet taken a decision whether to accept that money, because they were still going to talk about it.
So it did December.
On the 30th of December, the very same year. Okay, it was my time so that I can be off from my duties to go home.
I know a system of Fumelan, low utilizar ele Brasil, logo Ranero up, come offer Christmas, do one time.
We had an arrangement at our farm, the system that was working for us, that if the other one was off during the Christmas, the other one would be off in New Year.
And then I found an offer, I was simply right 30, my general manager,
I was supposed to be off on that day, the 30th, but the general manager was not yet back.
So Nichabi CRM Lilian, Layakam, safe. You one our quarter Mungena, I had last one go that I better go on my document, lodge, Kiasa to room was na Mapiasa Arlesi, she break you again.
I was afraid to leave that money in because everyone has an access to that room where the safe was, because we kept the documents. We also kept the keys for the rooms of the farm, and also a document for the animals that are being breed there at the farm.
So ani chava ku logo yotsigai nga harkona malilia ndabenirna kinga mina.
I was afraid to leave it there because if it ended up not being there, I will be in trouble.
So ni hlekete kuteka emaliliani neyisa endlwini ya Mr. Ramaphosa. No, niteke emaliliani neyisa endlwini ya Mr. Ramaphosa.
I then took the money to the house of Mr. Ramaphosa.
And Sheketakum, it is safe to be president.
Even thinking that the money will be saved because it is the house of the president.
And in Juliani, why Guyana Inati Kemer.
And the whole house it has cameras.
And I got it on my one I get a take a seal of us, it's a take what absolutely safe.
And from the whole farm, it is the house that is safe. We have never seen anyone going inside that house taking something or anything.
So while I answer the guy in Piana, camera remover spare.
And inside that house, there is a spare room that is being used as a spare bedroom that is used by his son.
Daughter.
Daughter.
So I receive Carlo, wow, maybe Ben brought to Siwaka, Megambir, Locus, Gabuna, material, family, lay Yetaguna, Banabata.
And it is not being used regularly, it's only used maybe once or twice in a year when there is a family function or a gathering and they take it to the country.
So you come and safe
it is the room that I thought would be the safest, and inside the room there was a sofa.
So ni umesele maliliani kwa ile gati bag ni washa palana aska sofa before the mesa ni suse education later line and then the yantala kate kwa la sofa revia.
After putting the money under the sofa, I removed the cushion that were on top of that sofa, took out the money inside the bags and laid the money on that sofa.
imali yacho ndinofanira ndibara ndakuzobara ndauka kuti menoka ndinobaita kuti mali yacho ndikatondishiyale toni makosheto pandozi ndandishiyale kosheto.
And then we take a education that young and to messing sungula neti tlandleka pro.
Then I then took the couches that I removed on top of the sofa, then put them on top of that money.
Then we put that I look along but and the Rashuna and the Rashuna and the combat the money.
Agronati golf bag that Mr. Ramaphosa and it taken out on and tlandleka sofa area.
There were Mr. Ramaphosa's golf bags, they inside the room. I took them and put them on top of the couch. Very good golf bag.
Yeah, golf bag.
Golf bag. Let me do it again.
Cushion that
On top of those cushions.
Ukosingati kombe kuna chumu la ya hansi aniendela ungabona chumu.
The reason that I did was that cannot be seen that there is something there.
And there
was no any other person with me. I was alone.
And then we created the quabu.
And then I locked everywhere.
And then before the vega Manilian Nusham Seril Mr. Ramaphosa Manini Susini Lega Safe Lidica
Okay. Before putting that money under the sofa or under the couch, I had explained to Mr. Ramaphosa that I took out the money and also gave him or explained to him all the reason that I did that.
And then kusuka kwalani nimeni famba niyaka of ya minala simu ya general manager.
Okay, from there I then left to or was off, then left. Another time when I left, the general manager was not yet there.
So it is 13th January.
On the 13th of January, my off was finished, then I had to go back to the farm. I then proceeded with my daily duties to go all around to check everything in the farm.
Ni cheke na yona mali liana kuya kona langa isia kona ni off inti isuya kona.
I also went there where I kept the money to check if it's still there. I did find that the money is still there.
And then it is 10 February 2020.
On the 10th of February, the year 2020,
Anirlega Praslerman and Famisarona, sister farm Phala Phala.
okay, I was at a sister farm to Phala Phala, the one that I was taking care of.
February 2020, on the Phala Phala.
Then I received a call from one of the housekeeper by the name of Monica.
Is that Monica Shiepo, one of the witnesses was outside?
Indeed, Shiepo. Yeah, indeed.
That is correct.
Your Worship, this witness will be called to testify in case he adduces evidence of hearsay from her, as the court.
So, look, I'm with the main house, in there, Mr. Ramaphosa.
Okay, she then said come to the main house. The main house is Mr. Ramaphosa's house. That's how we call it.
Look, if you can uncover at the sliding door, when I
arrived there, she showed me the sliding doors that were opened. And also the curtains were opened.
So, normally,
we were surprised. It was a surprise because we locked that sliding door inside.
So that's how after
seeing what I've seen, I then started to move around to check everything. Then find that there is a window that is being open.
And a scratch mark.
And also showed some scratch marks on the window.
And
the handle that is used to close or to lock that window was broken.
And then
I then also moved around, then I then found that there were cameras that were there. I then found that the cameras were changed, moved. The other one, they were broken or damaged. They were just leaning or hanging.
So ningene etiyin inkwatu.
I then entered or went to all the houses.
Ni cheka ku ishtalu karwapana lokuyibi.
The room
The rooms that
the rooms that are inside that house. Because in most cases, when they've been breaking, we'll rush inside to see if the electrical appliances have been taken, then we found that they were all there.
And then look nearly room lian spare room la anveke kona mani lian.
When I went to that spare room where I had kept the money, and I found that that money is not longer there. Then I was afraid, that I started to be afraid because it was a lot of money.
Niveni fonela Mr. Ramaphosa angarikona la lanzen katiko arukumane.
I then contacted Mr. Ramaphosa at the time. He was not in the country, he was outside the country.
And then
to inform him about what happened.
When President Cyril Rumela woman wa varenzi va yena vakulu va varenzi va yena kunga kunga.
He indicated to me that he will send me one of the person who's looking after the guard, or the person who's taking care of the guards.
Okay.
The boss of the securities.
Is that, can you expand on that security? What are you referring to?
Oh, the head of the bodyguards. The head of the
and then the and General Manager Henry.
After explaining to you what had happened, I then called the General Manager, Mr.
Henry, yeah.
I showed him what had happened inside the house.
And then Nayana Henry for
Henry also phoned Mr. Ramaphosa.
Henry Angamushamsela Emani Aiko.
I did not explain to him that the money is not over there.
And then Zabukankari Anna Suzuka and Zabama Sibunyana Kutile and Marines Yavarins.
After
Masipa Suzuka.
It's just I don't remember as to how many days, but after days, and then the head of the bodyguards then came.
And that's someone is Shangana Naya, Manalo, Atava Fikiri, had introduced and she wanted to hear another
I hadn't have met him before, but after meeting with him, I then came to realize that he's the one that they have explained to me that he will come.
And then Lobna Tsunzuka Kashe Usuka Kopalani, since General Manager Awi Adilana and Anga
Okay, from there, if I remember, because at that time the General Manager was back, so he was not dealing with me, he was dealing with the General Manager.
Yeah.
And you indicated that you did not tell the manager, Hendrik, that the money was missing.
Indeed, so I don't
That is correct, I did not explain to him.
As far as you know, was he aware of that, the presence of that money before it could be stolen?
I do not know about that, whether Mr. Ramaphosa has explained to him or has not explained to him about that.
And are you able to tell the court the condition of that window that you referred to that was tampered with as to its condition prior to this discovery?
I will frustrate the mother Kulkumbam and got divided. He can be.
Okay, it was a big window that was divided into two.
And do you know if it was closed the previous night before this discovery?
They were all closed, even the kitchens were closed as well.
And the door that you found unlocked, was it locked the previous day, or what is the position?
Indeed, so
That is correct. All the doors were blocked. There was no door that was open.
I want you to have a look at the photos that I will hand over to you. Just browse from photo 1 to photo 47 and confirm if you are familiar with the place depicted there.
and if they will the body in the room. The body in the corner.
Okay. After going through the photos, I
Which photo number is that window that was tampered with?
Photo number 16.
the one that is depicted in photo number 16.
At the time when these photos were taken, which appears to have been on the 27th of October 2022, was the window already repaired?
I'm sure Sarah is under one of that.
Yes, because it is there. My opinion, because I was not the one there at the farm at the time.
Did they perhaps made reference to him recognizing that the photos depicts the farmhouse of Phala Phala farm, and specifically also referred to photos 16 and 38. 16 as depicting the window that was tampered with, and 38 the room where the money was kept. The photo album continues to photo number 59, which I haven't dealt with yet, which I will deal with later with the other witness. If I may now hand in the album accompanied by section 212 affidavit in respect of photos 41 to 47 as the photos depicting the house that was the subject of the whole album. The other witness will deal with the remainder as the court pleases.
Any objection?
Now there should maybe provisional exception.
Please, no objection. What do you mean provisional?
Pending that the witness that the section 212 witness that is going to be called for that, or any other witness that's going to deal with that, because the state is saying there's a witness that is going to deal with the other photos, because now they want the album to be.
No. He says he's still going to deal with other photos with the witnesses that he is going to call, but the photo album be admitted into evidence as per section 212 statement.
As a court presumption, may it be accepted as such.
No objection.
But no objection.
Use the mic, right? Use the mic, please. I want everything to be tried. When we deal with transcribed, it must reflect in them.
Yeah, we don't have any objection.
Thank you. The photo album prepared compiled by Philip Bongi Mahlangu, admitted into evidence as exhibit C.
As the court pleases, Your Worship. Will be evidence in chief.
Yes, a few questions, Your Worship. Yes. The witness. As a court pleases, Your Worship. Sir, you told this court that you received the money, and after receiving the money, you issued an acknowledgement of receipt. Is that the procedure that you use when you receive or you deal with the transaction at the farm?
I will normally isungula sifamba bank the invoice and then bank.
As I had explained that what we do, we issue an invoice, then the bank is the one that's going to pay.
So the foreign currency.
And on that day, it was something that was happening for the first time. Helen had received the money that is coming from foreign countries.
Okay. You receive this foreign currency, which is something that has never happened. Were you not having a thought that you should refuse it because it has never happened?
What is the relevance of the question?
I'll rephrase your worship.
Because I just want to understand.
I will rephrase your worship.
Really the issues that need this court to determine.
As a court, please.
Are they regarding all these contradictions of in or regarding the money? Unless if
Your worship, if the court allows me just to lay my base and then go to the relevant as a court, please. Yes. Did you have any thought of refusing because it was the first time?
No, I'm just take it down.
No, I did not thought of it.
Okay. You take the money out of the safe and keep it in the couch.
Narmi Suseman and the safe women beggar, Miami beggar, and the couch.
It is.
That is true.
Apart from you and Mr. President Ramaphosa, or Mr. Ramaphosa, who else was aware of the money after you put it under the couch?
I have got no.
There was no any other except and Mr. Ramaphosa.
Apart from you and the owner of the room, the daughter to the president, who else had access to that room?
The housekeeper.
The house
From the date, the 30th of December 2019 until you came back, who was the housekeeper at the house?
I do not remember who was the house cleaner at the time, because somebody happened some time ago.
Do you keep record of who goes to clean at the main house?
Ani keep record yang would clean our man. Tibaku una permanent housekeeper. Lo barkona. The blabu ani keep record ibamani labaklina inathi permanent housekeeper today.
Okay. I do not keep records. What I know is that there are 2 permanent housekeepers there.
Hinkwavo ka vona va na access ya ku nghena le endlwini ya Mr. Ramaphosa.
And all of them, they do have access to enter inside Mr. Ramaphosa's house.
Loko va nga ri kona na lava van'wana va nghena va ti temporary housekeeper na va clean.
And when the permanent ones are not there, the temporary housekeepers, they are the ones who have access, the ones who will be going there.
Can you perhaps inform us as to who are those permanent housekeepers that were the ones having access to the house?
Monica Shebo, Lady Malapa.
And Lady Malapa.
Were they, according to your knowledge, were they aware that there's money in the couch?
No, honestly.
I do not know.
You went home, you come back from leave, and went to check the money in the couch. Did you actually count it to see if it's still the same amount that you left?
Yeah,
I need to count all the money.
From December until February, were you given any instruction on how to deal with the money?
Sugar, December, the 1 February. Otherwise, they want to look legal in money. I'm going to start legal in the
The specific money, yes. That the one that is concerned in the case.
No, I'm instruction.
No, I did not get any instruction.
Were you not worried that it's taking time, that you're not given instruction? This money must leave here.
I did not worry because it was not my money.
Then how often did you check it? That money, how often did you check it?
Explain further, you should.
Oh, all right. Now you may proceed, sir.
No, go back here,
Yeah, you can proceed.
All right. How often, after you checked it the first time, How often did you check the money and count it?
And check and carry out the main house.
All the time that I will go to the main house, I was checking the money.
You're saying all the time that you were going to the house?
Yes, when I was working at the main house, I was going to the main house, I was checking the money.
Okay. Prior to the incident of being getting a report that the money is there's a house breaking in the house, when last did you check and count the money?
Before I do not remember as to what date was it that to check.
Escort, please, may I find out something from there? Accusation. Thank you for the indulgence question.
To the media, any consultation between the attorney and the accused is confidential. Even the court will not know about it. It must not somehow in any way be disclosed if you have this technology of being able to hear what they are discussing about. Thank you.
Thank you, Worship. Were you keeping the duty roster for the main house? No further questions, Worship.
I really got received I take a card if I interest.
I did not make a roster because that house was not always being used on a regular basis.
Okay, before I sit down, you cannot tell this court as to how many times the house was cleaned or somebody was attending to the house.
No, ani how I got clean I clean one look at and say Mr. Ramaphosa.
I didn't look at and
now to buy check your
what happened was that it was cleaned when Mr. Ramaphosa comes to the farm or the house, and will also go to check it or to check the house.
Okay. Since this house is themed when the owner of the house is coming, on the day that it was reported to you that hey, there's a problem at the house, come and see. Did you get any information that Mr. Ramaphosa was coming?
No, we were not informed that it's coming, but we were doing some regularly checking or checkups in that house.
Are there any security guards or any guards at the place during the night and during the day at Phala Phala farm?
They are there at the gate.
Around the main house, are there any guards that do the random or just regular checks in the evening, during the day?
Coming house,
No, and since we can set up work on a gate and Mr. Henrik, the general manager, here and we have a negative deal, and still we buy some negative.
What I know is that there are security at the gate. That's what I know. And Mr. Henry, who is the general, is the one who will be giving them the instructions as to where they will work. So I do not know whether he will also send them there.
Are those security guards members of the presidential security or members of the South African Police Services?
The one that I'm referring to, I'm not referring to the others, I'm referring to the ones that they are there at the farm.
Okay.
Are they from a private security company or are they members of the South African Police Services?
That's why we here and we have a Nikaki empty money,
The one that I'm referring to the ones that have been hired by Mr. Henry. He's the one who will be giving them duties to perform. I will not give them any duties.
I think that was what we have when I Mr. Henry. Or if I pay local to Talon, I mean, I didn't know what you transmit on the Talon.
No further questions, Your Worship.
Indeed, so we have a few questions, but I see Your Worship is 5 to 1. Yes, I am going to be asking a few questions, but then may I ask me that we adjourn for lunch, because I see it's 1 o'clock already, 5 to 1, and we need to also consult with second accused number 2 in respect of certain issues that he raised, and just for clarity purposes. Then we'll maybe utilize this 5 minutes to do that before we go on.
I will adjourn for lunch, but I will be prepared to adjourn for consult.
May I please?
For lunch, and it's 5 to 1. The court will adjourn for lunch until 10.
May I please?
Please, your nice and 10 to 10. At this Number 2, all of them. Number 2 and number 3. When I say we resume at 10 to 2, is 10 to 2. Do you understand? In the morning we adjourned, I indicated time. All of us were here, we came late. I don't want that. Witness, you are still under oath. You do not discuss your evidence with any other witnesses that the state is going to call. Do you understand? Thank you. Got the chance.
I do not have any normal working hours. I'm available each and every time. Anytime.
That is to say, you come and go as and when you want to, and or when you need it.
Daniel lives in charge.
As I was in charge, I was supposed to be available each and every time when I am needed.
All right, now, when Mustafa arrived, were you called to come to deal with him, or you were on duty on the day? You were there.
On duty,
At that time, I was on duty. I was not called.
And immediately after having dealt with him, then you left to be with your family from the understanding of your evidence. Is that correct?
Indeed.
That is correct.
Now, this a man who has just arrived, and you are having this dealing, which involves a substantial amount of money, and you indicated that it was the very first time you handled that kind of a transaction.
Indeed.
And in the very first time of dealing with this kind of transaction, it did not occur to you as well that you could maybe make a contact to your general manager or anyone who's above you to indicate that there is this big transaction that is going on that you will require for their
I did not find anyone from either of them.
What you're saying is you attempted to make a call to someone, but you could not find. The next question would be, who was that person trying to call?
I did not try anyone.
Now you're making me confused from what I'm saying. But you said you made an attempt, you did not find any. And I have to do you try to say you did not find it. Which one is which?
Or maybe I'm not talking about I get that.
Maybe I did not hear you vocally. There is no one that I tried to get hold of.
Accept that you did not try anybody, you were dealing with this transaction on your own.
Mari, sweswi mile ku pfumeleni ku a ku na lo mi nga ku ringeta n'wina mi ri yexe mi nga hlangana na leswi kuma mi nga dyelana na leswi mi nga dyelana na swona
Baikona akikuja akitawe kuta lima ongezeka ile shote makundi na sasa wini kwa kwa mwenye kazi ndio ndengana na ndipo mambo ya kwa leo kwa kupata kazi kwa hiyo siku hapo wewe ndio utaongeza hadi kwenda kuyendi
Indeed, so mina anere in charge and take us home.
That is correct. I was the one who was in charge. I was the one who was to take the decision.
Oshiri ana nobody really put that on plan na cha mwana ni shida ai ndio kwa o ngesha tayo ana nobody really go ngere kupanda ne mwana ni shida ai ndio ngesha tayo.
But now here's the man you now transacting on a buffalo that one buffalo costs about 400,000 and this man wants about 20 buffaloes from your evidence. Now, I want to understand, because there's a few things that is not clear. You're putting a price, or that price is the given price. Buffalo is worth 400,000.
And buffalo yali 400,000. Kana kusto ingina bila price kubili ikiwa buffalo 400,000.
Kwa okay, mandala kukula ndala kukula shirika ane. Kutoke wote wote ongezeka na hii magari ya kutamongala mzee inacho kwa 100,000 rand. And below say back to the below to the 100,000 rand. The price to that work on a low price we are going to be that for.
No, I mean a price I went to the car.
I'm not the one who the price. The price was already approved some time ago.
I'm the price of the Mongala price and your land.
I'm not buffalo ati gari ishtanatisha Phala Phala and Kagono. So I had to make a price here.
At that time, there were some buffaloes who did not meet the standard price of the Phala Phala, so they had put them aside.
That's what we got on my national price. I can go most of what you can Phala Phala. Para the buffalo, what I want
and they've also put its own price or their own price on those buffalo, which was
I don't know the price I will be the neighbor now.
I'm asking you this because in your evidence, further down in your evidence, you are saying there were some aspects that the transaction was not concluded. There were some aspects that needed to be attended to, like examining the buffaloes and the issue of transiting them to another place. But now my interest is going to be on the examination of this buffalo, that you're putting a price not being examined. How was that price determined? But you say you're not the one who determined the price. We want to understand the price of 400,000 before examination. Is that what we must accept?
Procedure one Asha check you out.
The animals that we kept on the bed, it is just a procedure that is to be followed when the animal has to be catches the
But then the buyer then accepted the price of 400,000 and he was happily seeing the buffaloes. Now, I want to then take the step further.
Yeah, that's a fellow antibody and negotiate.
After we saw the impact of Buffalo, we not negotiate for anything.
And he now gives you 580,000 in cash, and in return for it, it's an acknowledgement that you've been presented to court as Exhibit A, and that is that, and that is what we should believe actually transpired. Dollars worth by my 580,000
Yena amalo sake yale zanga shko. Anga nan kaya mani ni kamu kuname anybody nga say kumil mani janga ni yende acknowledgement ya after said.
He was there to give what he saw after he gave me that money. I then wrote the acknowledgement of receipt, knowing that as transaction or whatever process that is being taken is not complete.
Did you have a discussion that the transaction is not complete with him, or that was according to you that the transaction is not complete, it still need to be attended to at a later stage?
I had explained to you that the documents are not yet complete. They will still go on, proceed.
You said then he was happy to leave 8 million rand with you, with an incomplete transaction. That's what us to believe.
Yes, but I believe that is
Jadi online dia perkarannya apa itu wanita tidak mana itu ini bukan mana dia sana kamu ini mana bukan ini mana itu.
President Cyril Ramaphosa intego ilabaku anga edeliva iya masweko loku anga ilusidilia. So that's why it's actually a statement.
He indicated that he is sexually dead so that they cannot be anyone who will be getting it. That is why he gave you that money. He said, you are the thief.
Atau juga dia kuat cuma baca buku kuat dalam muda ini enggak untuk ini dia bukan ekonomi. Kalau paling kuat dari mana dia dapat punya dan buat terima oh kita kalau punya anak jadi kamu tahu yang ini pemasaran yang mana itu supaya terima bayar kita punya tadi buat ekonomi.
I'll pass this point, but just on it, just the last item. There was not only 20 buffaloes that were in the at Camp 6, is it? There were other more buffaloes that you wouldn't say you was happy to secure again when there were still more of these buffaloes available.
Indeed.
That is correct.
Kalau juga negara itu kuat kita belum membayar dua kalau lama. Negara itu nanti aku pelan waktu kita belum membayar itu kuat nala dia kalau sudah menjual di dunia ini. Kenya mau ada saya balik bilang membayar. Ada kayak itu ada membayar.
Because then it wouldn't be like he left the money because he want to secure the deal, because he could still do another deal with other buffaloes that were still there.
So far, there are security. That is when I see a man. I'm not that. I need to apply. Buffalo reason. I'm not one, but I am other than that man.
Kan mana sudah jadi jauh kepada kota sudah supaya main ini. Dia bukan masalah yang kalau juga. Jadi kalau memang ayah mau kita kalau kita aku mengambil dari sebab ini mah. Kalau kita nak tahu jauh jadi mau tidak.
Yeah, I want to say that that 20 and that choose. So you are not there Fanela Sequara Jillia, Kota woman and a team integrity.
He was happy with the thing that he had selected, so he wanted to secure the trade that he selected from the team.
Now,
kalau kamu sudah kalau ini belum membayar pada orang. Kalau balik dia yang budaya itu belum membayar tidak tahu lah. Kalau beli nak atau tidak ada terus marah dan upat lagi mana dalam
now you take this money, $580,000 US, put in a safe. Still, you will agree with me. It's a very secure place that you can put such a lot of money. Do you agree?
I don't think I'm going
Indeed.
Então foi uma hora lá pro ar, eu fui para você falou que você produziu uma caixa de você para uma achou até hoje
the witness wants to increase and
The is Lobundamani Sundasuka of the Amga safe was here under my man and the Damnation. I'm going to man money.
I consider that the safety is this, but when I will be leaving off duty, it was not going to be the safest place because everyone will be having access to the tool.
Hoje ficou da cultura, hoje ficou nele o mas ficou na neta cara nele ficou na nele uma trai na sua palavra que eu tive para casa da tipo você vai já porque sou nem para aquilo mas não está para tudo para lá.
Yes, we'll come to that. We'll come to that. But I'm saying, you agree that a safe is the safest place where you can put such a lot of money? Maybe it's the question. Now, let me now take you through what you just testified. To say, when you've left, then there will be people who will be having access to the. I want to understand that do they have access to the safe or access to the house where the safe is? If they clarify that part.
The safe I the office, la ungena mas students, ungena the housekeeper, ungena the man ateka to document that you have not done.
Yeah, we're going to there choose to the safe because the safe is being kept inside the office where the student, anyone has access to the document, and also all the keys for the house.
Said this money was kept there for the period of more than 5 days, isn't it so? Yes, and I do not think you will tell us that every day from morning to evening and even at night you were sitting there because now looking or guarding at that safe which you say everyone has access to.
Since the Begama, the say, Carlo, and Samana Key, Lord Wanda, Avan
from the time that I put money into services, I always said that these with me. So if our leaders, they will perform on that.
So the court has asked us to have progress, but now the way in which you are giving your answers, it makes me go back again to get clarity because I do not understand what you say. We asked, do these people have access to the safe or the house where the safe is kept? And we said to the safe, is that so?
Indeed.
That is correct.
These people were having their keys, or they say only get the key that you will possess.
No, it is a key we are saying. Look, nearly office, Unandaule, Begatuko. 101 and get another she do a Logunifa, and one eye. Inside a Lugni corner, one or access and so the money
we only have one key. So when you are inside the office, is where it is put. Then you take when you are office. So everyone has access to the key when they get inside the office and getting outside the office.
But now, you say when they legally access the state, they will call you because you are around. And you will go and open for them.
Yes, now from your evidence, I understand that you are the one who's keeping the safe keys.
When I know how do you
Now, during the day, you leave it there in the office, everyone can take and go open the safe and put it back there. That's what you say. He says he keeps.
Or he changed what he said. When he said, after I put the money into the safe, I always get the key. And whenever people want anything in the safe, they will call me. He changed the
Maybe we ask him to clarify that.
Yeah, please must clarify.
Clarify that position.
I never heard him saying that.
You clarify the position on the issue of the safe. From the 25th of December, when you put the money in the safe, what happened to the safe keys?
Access our document
there is where it's being, the key of the safe is being placed where anyone can have access to.
Yes.
Kuna kama kutosha pia tushapia kwa kesho kuna shani kuna shani kwa milioni kwa kutosha pia or IOC.
So even after you put this money into the safe, you then place the key where anyone knows where the key is, and they will get the key and had access to the safe.
Indeed.
That is correct.
So election similar people logo nifa anfanele ma siya kwa dhamana sama kwa agar bola manage one antabena access go.
And that is why I explained that if I'll be giving or off, I'll be leaving the key while the manager is not available, and everyone will have access to those keys.
Sir, everyone has been having access to that safe, even the time you were there. Isn't they will collect the key from the office and then go open there? I do not understand what when you say when you left, then you had to remove the keys. Let me understand that question.
When I am not off, I'm still there waiting at the office. I'm present, I'm there. I can see each and everyone who will be entering the office and leaving the office. So when I'm not there, I'm off, I will be able to do that.
Now, my understanding is you are sitting there the whole day. When person takes the key to go open, you are able to see who is taking the key, and going out, you are able to monitor that. Is that what you are? Is that your evidence?
When I'm there in the office, the key is being placed where everyone can have access. So when I leave the office, I take the key with me.
Now, from from your evidence, it then indicates that everybody who had access to the key, which you will tell us who had access to the key during the time, then knew or who could have seen that there is money in that safe because they had access to the safe. Many did. Everyone who had access to the key, who has taken the key during the period, would have seen that there is money in that safe.
I am not involved in one that is not inside. I'm the only one who knew that it's not.
Maybe to be fair to you, can you describe to us the nature of this safe? How is this safe? Can you describe to us so that we have an understanding because we don't know it? Size.
The size.
Office.
It is inside the office. Am I allowed to stand up?
Here is the office. It's another staff.
Okay, it's inside the office is situated on the south side of the office and the business also is located on the left side.
And then
there's also two doors.
the one room that there is section.
There.
One room that is here all the way.
The other one that you lift or go to the section. The other one is here. And the other door, they will be taking you to the home.
So, Emma, there's here the managers, like the senior staff.
The tables of the managers, they are positioned as a form of a line, and there is a table that we are using it to work on it.
So one angena ina ayaka say na pota kuona nani ibagini iwe kona na desk ya.
So each and everyone who will be entering inside the office going to say, I can be able to be the person where I am on my desk. not a small safe, it also has 3 doors that are using 2 doors. One still door.
Now, I like that we did not tell anyone about this money that saved.
I do not.
And you have testified that the transaction that you had with Mustafa was a bit threatening. The amount of money that you handled was a little bit too much for you to handle. And as a result, you had to move it at a later stage to a safe place. That's Now, with the magnitude of the transaction and all the money that you had, a substantial amount of money you had, it didn't occur to you that on the 26th of December, when the owner of the farm arrived, that you could have to deal with that money there and then and finish the transaction if that money was indeed available.
Lord, Afanela take a decision in general management and other quality.
The one who was is the general manager and the general manager
and then Mr. Ramaphosa, Phala Phala, Tamsela, Phala Phala,
and also Mr. Ramaphosa was the one who supposed to explain the street, the manager after explaining the late taking action.
But you were acting general manager at the time, is it so?
it is.
That is correct.
Why would you deal with the money that was there?
When I'm under that, the dashboard, the Lanzetta, very cool coming, where I'm senior the reporter time at the direction.
I was not going to say because I had to hear from someone who is senior and more senior to me, so that he will be the one to say.
So you confirm you were acting, you were the GM, you were the GM, you were the general manager at the time. Why would you say you will have to wait for another one above you when you were above at the time? You were the one above at the time.
I'm acting lodge manager as more for this
even if I was the acting manager, that would mean that when it comes to things that are used that is to be decided, I have to go ahead and decide when it is not fair.
Want to say something?
It's not going to help to say a long thing to testify about that. Confine yourself to the question.
But what surprises me is this person that you waited for to take a decision, you did not even inform that there is money in excess of 5,000 or in excess of 8 million. You kept it a secret,
Recently, putting out the land, I think Mr. Ramaphosa, I don't understand
inform him and because Ramaphosa that he will explain to him when I'm off duty.
And again, the same man you say you couldn't take decisions without him. You took a decision to do a transaction of $580,000 without telling him again.
So how can I find outside? Yeah, without moving on. How should I say that?
As I had indicated, that it was not finalized. We're still going to proceed to talk about it.
Sono quasi potuto già, che sai, prima magari si voleva fare tutta. Da tanto poco fare a Phala Phala già o non già come si sta tutto con la famiglia conosce.
All right. Now, your understanding was, from the evidence, if I understand it correctly, is that Mr. Ramaphosa will then inform your general manager of the money that you've kept in the safe. That's the reason why you did not inform him. I just want to get a chain of what is your reasoning behind not telling him.
Can you repeat what
Your reason why you did not say anything about this transaction and the money that you have in the safe, the reason why you did not tell the general manager is that the president said he will then, or the owner of the farm said he will inform you.
General manager, this area area, so I'm not still number to the hospital. And since you don't sound steady, and I go down, I'm not
the general manager is that while I was already on leave or off duty. And I don't know whether that informed me. And I was not going to go about the president or Mr. Ramaphosa as that you will inform me.
And according to you, did you come to know about the money, the general manager, or you're not sure, or you don't know?
I don't know whether they ended up knowing or
Now, you highlighted your position at Phala Phala now, and you also indicate that you do not keep a roster of people cleaning or of the cleaners. And now, if you can just explain to the court, the people who have access to the main house and those who do not have access to the main house, in as far as the cleaners and general workers are concerned, can you maybe just describe and clarify that issue?
access kungena le ka yona le ya main house ke di permanent housekeep lo Monica na leti lo va nga ri kona na lava va temporary na vona va famba va ya nghena
all house residents, the permanent ones who are Monica and they are not there, they temporary ones, they also have access to the boat and to the
Ando pale no midogo wakati mkomo wenya wala watu permanent ole tina Monica mara nyingi kale akuingia hapo kwa kupana mimi na yao kwa ndio kupata ndio kasimbo kwa ndio kwa ndio.
And in your evidence, you highlighted that now the only times that you will clean is when there are occasions or when maybe the president is coming, or maybe the permanent cleaners went to clean the president's house at Hyde Park. That is when the temporary cleaners can maybe have access to or to clean the main house. Did I understand you correctly? We must differentiate those.
Indeed, why about look bahlangane kwa bathini and then look bangakho ngalo bangata
when the other ones are not available, the other ones will be the ones who will be
also shipping okay na kwa pada watamu kalau nggak mau ma nanti kucangnya sebenarnya apa tuan juga permanent kali posisi guna lagi aku
I'm going to take it slow so that I don't become unfair to you. In your evidence in chief, you highlighted that now the main house is normally cleaned when either the president is coming. Can I stop there?
Yes, I had mentioned that, but also explained that. I have also indicated that we also of the we also go to check one area.
Yes, and these people who will go in or go and check will be Monica and Leti as the permanent cleaners. Did I understand you correctly?
The worst is that Monica and Leti, we are all which they so that is what
Kasi itu bisa anak dari mana tu, jadi nama ni oh pada hari pun kita punya wala lo deh oh.
Lokal pun, ya apa? Bayar cek.
When they are that they want to give the leaders check.
Even the others also, they can go with them to check.
So at what stage will the others go and check when they see Monica present or are they?
Monica na lady bangakho bona nabati temporary bona bayathatha.
It's not every time that they will be going there all of them together to go in check. When Monica and the temporary worker are the ones who are doing them
The question is very simple. The question is, when Monica and Betty are there and when they are present, it will be them who goes to check at the main house, but not the temporary staff. Is that correct?
Isona abake are in charge ya mkakolo ilwe wa permanent housekeeper nabona bajoyina labamanyaba
the one that is in charge, permanent, will be going with the ones that are temporary, will be going to go and check.
You may just repeat instructions on one issue. My instructions are that when the permanent staff, that is Monica and Lady, are present, the temporary cleaners are not allowed to be at the main house. What's your comment?
No, IDs.
That is not correct.
And when we speak of going to check and not cleaning, but going to check, what do they actually check for?
Check you look back
check up with what's been
to check if everything's still in order inside the house.
I will not leave letting that I let a carpet to Sakama interior housekeeping.
All the housekeeping work is checked if there are no any leaking from the tap so that the carpet will not be wet.
And it's only the cleaning that is done, as you have highlighted in your evidence in chief. That is only where the president comes and when there is a gathering or some event. Is that so?
No, but no matter how you deep cleaning, look at
They do clean, but not that deep cleaning. They will only do the deep cleaning when
But you are changing your evidence that they do not clean, they only check. They only clean when the president comes and when there is an event. Are you changing that piece of evidence?
when I indicated that they only clean when the owner of the family is there, they know that it's coming. Our security, they clean, not that we don't clean.
I did deep cleaning, I believe you refer to the spring cleaning, moving things around, shifting all these things, all items in the house. Is that what you're referring to?
So
You will agree with me then that during the period that you were back from leave to the 9th of February 2020, you will agree that you were not in a position to indicate if the second accused two has attended at the main house during that period and has at any stage cleaned that house during that period. What did you do?
what they are from, why are they from? Only she go, you know, when I have on the county, what is the what I have for longer.
And that's why the collaborating with Anat, so the Yin and I am. They say in Carina, and Anarcon, and we Anat is good.
As I indicated that I never put this in the whether I should went or not, and the other thing that I went on leave and asked them came here.
You would therefore not dispute if I'm to tell you that the accused two never had knowledge of the existence of any amount of money either at the main house or in the safe. You will agree with me?
She was not there because I do not remember anything.
If you go around and people feel and she is a good
and I hear you referring to you not being there. We're talking of a period that you were around, the 13th of January 2020 to the 9th of February, where you were present, you were around when this 13th of no. May I ask a minute? Can I ask just a minute?
Yeah.
No. Thank you to just few last items. Worship, I think that.
Thank you very much.
Ma'am, thank you, Worship.
Thank you. I don't know what they did.
Yes, they go.
By the way, they only defense. They only speak. What language is this? Ovambo. They only speak Ovambo.
We should maybe I take the opportunity as well with the
Yourself, you want to go to the
I'll be there with the
okay. You're excused. Ma'am, you may sit down. Are you fine? Oh, thank you. Ma'am, your full name and surname, please. Monica Shiheko. Shiheko. What language do you speak? Ovambo. Ma'am, do you understand what is meant by oath? Do you have an objection in taking the prescribed oath? Okay. Do you consider the oath to be binding on our conscience? May you swear that the evidence you shall give shall be the truth, nothing else but the whole truth. If so, raise up your right hand and say, so help me God. Thank you. You may sit down. I must say to you that the court had an application earlier on regarding the request that you must not be televised, particularly your face, and also your surname name should not be disclosed to the public, and the court has granted such a particular application. So you must not mind the members of the media inside this court. You understand? Thank you. State.
Thank you, Ocean. Ms. Yebo, are you currently in question?
Just ask me a question. Maybe she understands instead of she proceeding in English or
Oh, Spady. What's the trial? Okay. Yes.
Sid, where are you? Is that Phala Phala farm where Mr. Sylvester was also employed? Since when were you employed?
From 2011.
And are you confined only to Phala Phala, the places that you to work, except Phala Phala farm?
Sometimes maybe 2 days, 3 days.
Sometimes when will be going to Johannesburg to assist there 2 or 3 days.
El problema está provincial, como para los vuelos de ellos para una como para tocar los mares de ellos. Nyamula da to te. Ai te kuwa ni mana mo para anji ko judo na ga ba te na te ga na ma ko ya ka pila na te ga.
And will that be under the same employer?
Kafa se ya mo mushumo muti. Na mo mushumo melangia na kafa se ya. That is correct.
Apa anu da o ke. Ilo ga no ko te ga no ba lo na. Ko yo ko yi tambo na o ko mo para lo na. Nyamula te
And Mr. Sylvester, who left the courtroom, worked with you at some point at Phala Phala farm.
Yes, he did work with me.
And amongst others, he told court that you and one lady are the only permanent housekeepers at Phala Phala farm. Do you confirm that?
I don't know.
That's one which I say, because the water would have always na or the money for the one of the payment was a day or she was in payment.
And he further told the court that accused number 2, Proliano, was one of the temporary workers at the farm. Are you conversant with that? He further told this court that he got a report, telephonic report from you concerning what you discovered at Phala Phala farm on the 10th of February 2020. Were you in the farm the previous day, being the 9th of February 2020, prior to your discovery of the 10th of February 2020?
No, next day go farm.
I was not there.
Where were you that day before the discovery?
I don't know, like I feel that it's going to lose like you. I was in Johannesburg. I came back the very same day, during the night then. I proceeded, or I resumed, started to work the following day.
What about that? The following that I can people carry and that will do the
Were you perhaps in your other employer's work in Johannesburg the previous day of the discovery, the day that you went to Phala Phala? Was she working in Joburg before she could proceed to Phala Phala the night before the discovery? Tell the court what you observed on the 10th of February 2020.
Shall I stand up? Yes.
On the 10th of February, it was around 8 after breakfast.
On the 10th of February, it was around breakfast, around 8.
I called Mr. Sylvester, then I asked
I called Mr. Sylvester, asking him about the flask that I've left with him so I can take it to the house or room.
Then okay, get like the kitchen.
Then he said to me that he's coming, he will find me at the kitchen place.
Then had half last year thing.
When he came, he gave me that flask.
Then I take the golf cart. I drive the golf cart, I go to the main house.
What language is that?
Swana. Okay, let me see. Swana, okay.
There's nothing wrong.
Okay.
But you must choose.
Okay.
Like because you don't want to
Yeah.
you don't want to
Swana.
choose
Okay. Okay, then Katia golf car, Katama, Kia go main house, is a flask.
I then took the golf car to proceed to go to the main house to take plus.
Nakupo watu wa nchi kwa mfano wa golf ndani aikashini ndani kwa kola la
Nampile ka bula munyako, heki bula munyako, heki tsena fela. Beto munyani wa ngwana on the left hand side. Una le misamelo mo fatshe. Haina di pillowcase. Then I was maybe Mr. Sylvester. The pillowcase.
When I arrived, after opening the door, I saw that the small bed of the child does not, the pillow do not have
the pillowcase.
Shinenda ya mungu shida pato shida da kile mungu da ko mbete wewe kali ili toto. Toto. Na maana ni kutinga kitu kutinga
Nampile ka tsena kitchen nka bia flask.
I then went to the kitchen to put the flask.
Da ko kopi panda ni do o tremusa.
Hekin Timo kitchen heki lebelezi so kibona the window, the small window, the handle is out, it's on the coffee table.
And then while looking at the small window, then I see that the handle is being put on top of the coffee table.
Please remember to stick to one language.
Okay. Then heki lebelezi hekin kaya mo le festere nkali tswalla heki lebelezi le festere le how feel sliding door. The sliding door was not locked and then
I then went to what way there is that window to close it. Then when that window is next to the sliding door, then I then saw that the sliding door is not locked.
ke mo ke founetseng Tate Sylvester ka mo founela ke re Tate Sylvester ne o le ko main house ara wa ne ke stay
I then phoned Mr. Sylvester and then asking him whether he was at the main house or not, and he indicated to me that he was not at the main house.
then ka botsa Tate Sylvester ke re ke kopela utle.
I then indicated to Mr. Sylvester that please come.
Then Mr. Sylvester came. Tate Sylvester heatla a cheka a tsena a cheka.
Mr. Sylvester came, after he came, and then he then checked.
Tate Sylvester re kopela o cheke if TV ya go upstairs e teng na.
Mr. Sylvester then indicated to me, please can we go upstairs to check if the TV is still there.
Ka cheka TV teng ka motsa gore TV teng.
I went there to check, I on the TV, it was not there, I told him that it is there.
Then Tate Sylvester asked some of the farm workers, and and then na ka local main house, and then I go back college.
Mr. Sylvester went out with some of the farm workers after he left with them. I then locked the main house and
college.
So I left, then went to the lodge.
Mr. Sylvester wajja kolera antu amwana mungu mkalama wana nalo mungu eshara eshaya amepotunda nipata kama mpata mdaja kwa college.
That will be the evidence in chief for this witness.
The witness indicated that she is sick, Bishop.
Then you are allowed to use. You can see when we finish to spend it's
Thank you for the opportunity. Ma'am, you and Leslie were the only permanent employees doing housekeeping in the main house.
Yes, sir, we are the one who are permanent at the house.
How has
She responded to the issue.
No, respondent is one as well. How is one?
The answer was responded to the issue. That is where I got it. In English, is we are the ones who were permanent, me and lady at the farm.
Watakulana kunyamkolelana mama sasa ni shida na kama mtae shii kwa yana lekeo kwa kadi sema ni tena halo ndio kukumba.
the 26th of December 2019, were you at the farm? Phala Phala.
Awa, nekisikomu shumo, nekilo off for Christmas, ifomelo vereka kadi 28th of December.
On the 25th of December, I was off and went to celebrate Christmas. Then I resumed my work on the 28th of December.
What about the moment long banana December 2019? Bali kilo ngailo baadaye ikola wakati wani keumbo adili kuni mato Christmas kama kilo kama kilo bali na hajatu kwa kutaka kulongo.
Before we get to the far, let's come to the procedure for one like me to get access to Phala Phala farm. The project to get access to Phala Phala farm. Maybe let's say I'm going to go to
It's working
No, I'm getting somewhere.
What is the GP section?
No, she's a housekeeper. Yes. I just want to know how she will explain it to
The
you.
question is that she wasn't the official access of the farm.
She doesn't know she, but she works there. She's a resident there around that area.
Do you know how people get access to the farm? What are your duties of
No, my mmereko is housekeeping. So ke he ba mpotsa fela hore go na le guest e direle tee mara gore ba tsene bjang I get.
But I don't know how they get access to the farm. My work as housekeeping where I will be informed that they suggest please make tea toilet as to how they get access to the farm. I don't know.
Alright. Then how often when you and are you going to check the main house?
The whole main house is check.
Main house kicheka hanchevari mwantu wata yona kicheka kirefresha kakiela kaisakiko ofisi.
I will go to check the main house when I've been told that the owner is coming. I'll go there, check, refresh the house as put by the witness, lock, and take the key inside the office.
When you go to the house, you go with your lady or with someone else? When you go to check at the main house, you go together with the lady or you go alone?
Peke ya main house kiakele one. Leti we are main house if nakele off yona ka main house.
When I go to the main house, I will go, lady will go to the main house when I'm off duty.
Andi ko kita pula ada tempat yang pengalaman, andi ko aman di itu dia kata saya kalau nggak komputer, mal lagi dia komputer dia jangan di meja.
Then when you go to clean the main house, who do you go with?
Aku tu tak kira itu pun jangan tu apa pada kerana tu mahu dah boleh mulai makan. Oh ini.
Eki clean na kitama kele one.
When I go to clean, I go alone.
Dengan dia kau kalau apa amandi ke.
How often do you clean the main house?
Now the main house
Main house kitlina pela hevari mwantu watla kaya ka refresha ka kiela ka isakiko ofisi.
I will only go to clean at the main house when being told that the owner is coming. I will go to the main house, refresh after refreshing, lock them, return the key to the office.
Tak perlu jauh je. Kalau kita ada aku lalu kopi juga menjadi kalau tak kopi perlu kan. Jadi ayah kalau kita kalau kan kalau tak masuk kalau jadi kita mana buat je. Andi punya, andi bawa kalau kita buat nama andi sama bawa kalau kita andi pesadi andi jual macam pembeli.
Are you not doing regular checks? Check the house, looking to clean the house?
But I think finally yet to tell us what we are moving with the
Tahu tuan ucap, bagaimana kita ni apa ni besok yang kita buka bawa balik. Orang ikut dia sesi buat kilo kan.
Arutoli ria pela kulunaka. Marakana kwa ila load shedding. Nikina luya kicheka okay. Because neuna le load shedding generator is 2 million. Fridge ya rekana.
No, we do not go through the regular checks or regular cleaning. I was regularly going there during the time of lockdown. Because there was that issue of lockdown to check if the generator is working. When the electricity check that generator is switched to the
Fridge.
or fridge washing.
Akitaka mwenye kupotea kwa sababu mara nyingi ndani kwa tafuta malisho na au ukoni au ya kwani sisi alikuja katika kutetembo rekata kutano wani mkokashi na kata longo longa na kutunga ile kata longo ndio ya longo.
Alright, we checked because there was negotiating the previous working narrator program. I'm not going to do that basis when there's no working.
No, also I will check out kana kuizo na nchi kana kulikasi si wakatara unasushaka yake kwenye fridge issue.
Nikia kana kwa na hiyo.
Is our goal to the time.
Ndio kama mja ndio karibu kwa ile tumbo kwa sababu kwa wakati kwa hiyo ile ndio kwa sio mbaya. Ukata utena wakati unataka longo ndio unaweza kutoa longa.
We were informed by the previous business that the main house is checked on a regular basis.
We need to look at this business or the main house chekiwa na kwa sababu ya nchi.
Kwa mfano tatizo kwa ile Mumbai na yote itaita fungo la fulani ndio ndio kwa mapato baada ya au ni kupata hapo kesho
au nani kisa cheki everyday maintenance nikicheka yeba mbuza baro okay mwantu wata let's say riri Friday kuri mwantu wata tuona kia tuona is fresh kakiela kaisaki ofisi.
No, I was mentioning that I will go check when people at the open of the house having this thing on Friday before I will go and refresh the house after fishing. Then no.
Anu akan kita untuk menyelesaikan kata bersesuaian bukan. Anu barang itu punya dalam kerja. Ayat menunggu kamu teh, you know, atau dengan orang kita dalam kerja, menunggu teh, andi kasi tu bantu ala dua kali itu kelas pun. Jangan dua kali kita tunggu dia dapat itu apa menunggu. Okey.
We were further informed, we were also informed that when one is going to check, anyone can go with the person who goes to check.
Very individual, the way you are going to open my no way we are not going to check.
Bangkuan muda, muda, dia.
Ada individual, the way you are going to check. Orang yang mulu, kalau mulu buat check.
Bangkuan muda, atau ada itu tu bukan cari kumpulan tu untuk baca apa ni? Atau ini mau ini baca kumpulan.
Na hiko cheka itsamaya kelewa akiti maybe babangwe bayali babangwe mara na itsamaya kelewa.
I do not know about the environment now because we are out so I don't know more about others so they will check whether they do any other people.
Ada kan ada sih kalau ujian dengan itu dah saya kalau bukan di mana ada orang yang mati dengan ada kumpulan. Kan di sini buat punya apa ada batu kamu kenapa apa lagi kami marah dengan kita ni mana ni.
To any further, Mr. Sylvester from the court that the one who's in charge will go with the temporary employee within house.
Kalau bukan misalnya itu tak kita bisa bukan boleh untuk kita. Waktu punya di profesional itu dah punya kilo kawai itu betul apa orang ini saya sudah kata umum. Pada air nomnya
Objection, Your Worship. This is not the correct version that the witness is put before the court, that the one in charge goes with a temporary worker. He only said it sometimes happens that the one can go with the other, not that the one in charge goes with the temporary employee.
But the court leadership, there's two questions to that point. There's a question where the previous witness was asked, when Monica
is not a question that the one in charge will always go with the one on Senegal. That is not the correct.
Worship, there's two questions. There's two answers to it. Two separate questions. Yeah, there's two separate questions. That leads to that answer, but my colleague is protecting it.
What was the question?
The question asked to Mr. Silver, when Monica and Lady are present. Yeah. When Monica and Lady are present, they are going to check. The answer, the one who is in charge will go with the temporary employees. Now, after that it was put before that, the question put to him was that when Monica and Lady, when Lady and Monica go there and check, what will happen? What will that happen? Not so many times that everyone do. That was the answer.
As permanent, you go temporary to go and check.
Awa, here ya conclude, arita mailima temporary, like naso self. Since ever, azanka kaya lili temporary for main house.
As a permanent member, myself, I've never worked with a temporary. It's a very good condition.
And we were further informed that you would leave but not deep cleaning. And the follow-up question was, are you referring to spring cleaning or deep cleaning? Said, yeah, no, we are just cleaning that. We check that we need to take.
Take it cleaner, only refresh the cleaning, and then come sometime only the lots about to create like let's say the book in small. So I get sorry the book about to the cleaner, moki bona for the chiller. I can clean it like it's the book about to the
There's cleaning and refresh, which is when I go to the windows of the house. There will be people's items like books in places. So when I clean, I do not ask them to remove those books or items that is being found there.
mambo masomo kitu ni mambo lazima abai ya kitani kwa mambo mwa ndio sababu kulima ni mai ndio kulinda ama ndio kwa ndio hapa hapa kuneka hapo.
It seems there's two kinds of cleaning at that particular. There's refresh and there's also deep cleaning. Now, when this owner is coming, which one do you do? Are you just refreshing or you do the sprinkling, the dipping?
Ndana tu plani kutajengene wapale kuendelea ili pawaida kwa nini nyingine tamko utamunyo kote ujane kikolone ani wapale kwenye tomu koloni ana wapale kumbe ndumba nje ndio lokeke kwa sababu tunaje tunapaka kitu
Mobleke at Naliteng Hatamaya. Naliteng, let's say Naliteng this weekend Hatamaya. So once you clean it, spring cleaning because Naliteng Hatamaya. Katlina spring cleaning, then Kakiela because it cleanly Naliteng Hatamaya. Kebar Wagua, it like a fresh fella because news Namut or Naliteng Kamutu.
Let's say that the owner of the house was here this weekend. After leaving, I will be sprinkling or doing the deep cleaning. So after doing the deep cleaning, I will then close or lock the house. When he comes back, I will no longer be doing the deep cleaning. I will be refreshing when it's time. I will only do the refreshing in the house.
Opangi kan dia waktu kalau buat di dua kali semua. Saya orang ni kata opan dua kali ni opan dua kali itu mungkin usia opan pada aku dia cuna opan dua kali opan je ada sudah berkali lain. Malah orang kan dia ada muda sudah tahu berganti kita jadi minum bukan ada lima kan. Andi kau kali kita punya nasi kali buaya kan ada kan kita.
We were further informed that regular checks are done to check if there are no leaks to the taps to prevent that situation where there will be a leak and then the country will be spoiled.
Yeah, wow. So, you know, I don't feel it true. You know, I don't feel like I said that's about you to jail or stuck at a road or stuck at a road to be able to gather things or chatting maybe.
Tetapi persisnya pasti kemudiannya nombor pada ada bukan nasi itu bermotor untuk pada hukum bahwa pada nawa itu dari lo punya lah sisa kau punya bawa itu tema pemamat.
Na heki refresha or ki atlina ki make out heki tswa ka montung ki chekile di table ki chekile mabone ki sa bua hape he bari refresh or cleaning.
When I say that I do a refresh, after doing that refresh, I will check the lights, check everything that is in order, so that I will not go back again to do it. I will only go there when they indicated to me that it is coming or go to refresh or when to then to
Ani lo punya lo ani jawab pada kumpulnya ani ni udah ini bos yang udah ini masih ani jadi macam komputer ada kalau mana kalau beli tahu saya jawab ani tadi tu menurut saya sampai juga ani langsung tahu jadi kalau juga ada kamu menurut saya atau menurut saya apa itu nak boleh ada tahu kalau bukan
10 February 2020, we go to the house in the morning after breakfast, and you get into the house. You notice the pillows in the small rooms that are not really pillowcases. Did you go into the small room and check what was happening? Small room.
Baru itu lah, atau kamar minum yang dua sebelum berbeda nanti kamar awal kan sebelum dua, yang aku berjalan di sana kita berjalan aku baru orang sampai di Subaina di Philippines.
people are not know what to do and colony express. Mukamera nation nayo baba anakuta kushika chini kitu katika shilabi bado ya muhimu mtu taarifa mwolo kashije
kitseni ka mo kamoreng ke tsena ke ntsha mesamelo mo tlase ka e busetsa mo mpetong mo inang and then ne ke sa check gore ke eng system because ha una le TV go kamorenyane ke no toba mesamelo ka e busetsa is not the pillowcase.
Okay, I went inside the room, picked up the pillows that did not have pillowcases. I put them back to the bed. I did not check what was missing because there was no TV inside that room.
Worship, I see it's almost 4 minutes to 3 minutes to 4. All right, let's practice this. You went into the small room. Can you just take us through that small room? What is contained in the small room? How big is it?
On the left, rooms. It's a small room, in a cupboard, in a bed, in a bench, in a bicycle, in a sofa, in a golf.
It's a small room, there's a cupboard, there's a bed, there's a couch, and those things that are using to play golf.
Is there a couch in that room? No couch?
Another couch, sofa, couch.
That small room. We're talking about the small room.
Relax small room.
Small room.
Sofa, couch.
Another bench.
There's a bench.
Bench made of wood or bench made of what?
Bench, like I guess you explained it there.
I don't know how to explain the bench. I don't know what it's made out of.
Alright, let's make it simple. Is it covered with leather? That bench, is it covered with leather or does it have sponge on top? Covered with linen?
Azanga ka icheka pila mfelo re like leather or king.
No, I did not check it whether it was covered or made out of leather or not.
Okay, what is this room used for? That small room?
Is this small room the one which is alleged that the man was kept in, or is it another room?
Yeah, I want to
cross-examine here on the room which is alleged that man was kept in the country.
No, Yaship, I want to get this answer now.
No,
Yaship, she will give us the clue. Because in the evidence in chief, She did not tell us about the room where there's a couch.
Yeah, but there is evidence for court.
There's a court decision.
Unless if you want to get that point.
Otherwise,
she's going to testify about all the rooms in this particular house.
No, Your Worship, not that. Not that. What is this small room used for?
I don't
Ke room ya ngwana. Ke room ya ngwana. Ke room.
child
Okay. The child meaning the daughter to Mr. Ramaphosa.
Ke yona ke room ya ngwana ana.
Yes, it is the room of daughter.
We were informed that there is a couch in that room where Mr. Sylvester said to his brother he put money in a couch.
Nna ga ke itse gore ne o na le tšhelete ga ke itse gore ko sofeng ne o na le tšhelete ya teng ga ke itse.
I do not know that there was money on the sofa. I don't even know anything about the money.
There's a sofa in that room. We confirm.
Nah, I give it or sofa. I call it a coach. Maybe I give it because I don't want to one. I give it or bench.
Maybe we don't see things the same, but I prefer it as a bench.
In what condition was that bench when you observed that you were picking up the pillows from the ground and putting them on the bench?
Bench ya teng ne ke bona e le like ka se re itlhakatlhakane because ke na le 2 days ne ke sa ya go ntlo ne ke stay so go ya ka nna ne ke sa bone e na le bothata ke bone e na le di sala wa bona like o se o kulumaka tshwantse o iphumule pila like o iphumule mara if o ntse sebaka o sa iphulumaka yo ba o kare is somehow so ne ke sa notice seo.
I did not notice anything because been there and not go there to clean it because if you do not go and clean, then you will see that there is a mess on that thing that you have to clean.
Evidence before this court is that Mr. Sylvester told us that upon removing the money from the safe, he went into that small private room and put money in a couch, put away the pillows on the couch, and then put the money, stashed the money nicely under those couches, under those pillows.
And sector nangu kawushimile nje urabisamimila njere kutomuna kawushika kushaitse nchakamara yakatela kuti dagia samira mungu
Kurani mbanyine soda mko pamando utatika mungu dano hicho na una hiyo kama katongo kutoka wale mmoja kwa kwanza ni mambo kufika huko baadaye kwa hapo ndio kwa heshima ya kila mtu anayekuwa kwa hiyo kusingene kwa kama
I should still have questions.
Na eo ya chelete ya uri chelete ibuwe ko kochubile kai akiti silo ka chelete so ngasi arabeli because akiti silo
I will not be able to answer that to man that it was put inside under a couch of what I would do.
Kupiga leo shimareta kwa mtu shimareta ni kama mambo ya kuliko shimareta kama katika shimo nani kutashirimo vitu kama kwa kuno shimareta leo ka kitu kunyambo kulo kana katika ndio kwa mambo ya shimareta.
Yaship, I still have questions. I'll confess, Yaship.
I will tell you
Just
please.
Not available.
Do you have other witnesses outside? Sir? Any other witnesses?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
And I'm sure there's no other evidence.
No, just, I call the witnesses.
Michael Abreu, Sean Weber, Henry Fonseca.
Your full name and surname? Sir?
Sorry, Sean Weaver.
I'm sorry?
Sean Weaver.
Sean Weaver.
Yes, it's me.
Weaver.
Yeah.
And you, sir?
Michael Drummond.
Michael? Drummond. And sir?
Hendrik von Wheeler.
Hendrik. Due to time constraint, this matter is postponed until the 17th of September this year for further trial. Number 1, you're still in custody. Number 2 and 3 on extended bail, 1/8. This court failure to come, warrant of arrest authorized against you, bail money forfeited to the state. Do you understand?
Tata no complica ile simulación de hapo. So baada ya kuna wale tunataka kuelewa namna gani au pamoja na tunamwita wote tunataka muumini ndio bali na tatu mlipoje na mafuta kwa namna gani kwa itaja tunaona na ndio mtu kwa kwa o para il calcio na o ndio
Ma'am, 17 September, you are still under oath. You do not discuss your evidence with other state witnesses. Do you understand?
Umbagi tadi mau apa nak mau kita lawan bang ini kita cari, kita tahu tentang bang ini macam mana mana dia September 2020.
Gentlemen, 17 September for further trial due to time constraint. Sergeant, what is the problem? Where these people, where are they detained? Are they not from Nabom Spring? Yes, I mean number one. Then why do they arrive here late? Yeah, then I was. You must be told that 9 o'clock I want to start with this matter. We still have a long way to go. We can't start at 10 o'clock waiting for accused to be transported from Nabom Spruit. It is not far. Where? Come. Yes. It's not like Hoshimampu. Warrant officer, 9 o'clock I wanted to start with this matter. Not 10 o'clock. Please. We have a long way to go. Thank you. Excused. Court is still in session. You are excused. Number 2 and number 3, did you hear? You are excused.